All right. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great start to the day here. Let's get after it, right? A few things to kind of go over and kind of chat about here pre-market, and then we can kind of get after today's trading action. So definitely bullish bias here this AM, right? Really good strength here as we're climbing up, but disappointing volume profiles from these 430 lows. So we have kind of two stories or two kind of possible setups in play here, right? We kind of have this volume divergence, right, on this breakout, or we have a bullish continuation, right, for kind of that continuation move towards that, say, 461, right, 460 zone. We're gapping up and holding this 200 EMA, right, which is sort of this yellow line, and it's not very often, right, we get sustained sell-offs kind of under or, under, right, and not immediate bounce backs, right? So pretty rare, doesn't happen too often, right? Kind of see if we can kind of now reclaim and hold this level as the SPY wants to keep climbing, or as the SPY wants to keep kind of roaring higher. So definitely think there's a little bit of potential here because of this volume divergence, right? We can look to also play gap and fade breakdowns, right? We have enough kind of information here where things can go bearish if we need to go bearish. We can certainly be flexible in that context. So I think there's a lot of potential, or a lot of chance for some joy here today, right, in either direction. Volume standard here, though, very disappointing. So if we are going to get that upside continuation, we need to see big volume. We need to see definitely that increasing, right, kind of outlier A+. Similar story here on QQQ, except that, you know, this 200 EMA is a pink line, right? Not much is different. Disappointing volume standard here as we're making these highs towards this 370. You know, if we can clear and hold this, right, maybe we can kind of get up in there, but I'm a little bit cautious or a little bit skeptical with these kind of wicks, right? We don't have that much information inside that zone, or inside this zone, right? Historically, that this is necessarily the most supported bullish area here, right? We don't have a ton of evidence, or we kind of have mixed evidence, right, of who kind of wants to step inside in control between, say, that 370, 376 area. So unless we get really crazy, impressive volume, right, my bias is above this 376, or, right, same thing, gap and fades down towards that 363, right? Certainly looks like something along those lines could be in play. Apple may be my favorite pre-market setup here, right? We don't care that this volume is disappointing there yesterday because it's an inside bar, right? So inside bar kind of looks like formal consolidation, right? Didn't make a higher high, didn't make a lower low, thin volume, plus, you know, very, very bullish candle, right? Second most bullish candle. Kind of tells us that, hey, you know, sellers are weak here, right? They aren't really supporting, they're not really stepping in, they're not really behaving, right? So we could maybe push them out, right? Not really much of a reaction here pre-market, no real gap up, no real gap down. So if Apple can show us that strength and break out over 176 on volume, right, definitely think it becomes interesting. Obviously, inside bar, we can still look for breakdowns under that 172 for moves towards like that 170, right, 169, 168 areas. But my bias is definitely to the upside here, right? If we get kind of bearish breakdowns, I think there's probably going to be easier moves for us than this. And I'm not going to want to play... I hate fading Apple when it's showing us relative strength, right? I think that's mostly it. Tesla, same kind of story here, right, as this Apple. We can look for high volume rejections off of this 950, but bias is definitely to the upside here, right? You can look at this as a low volume consolidation, right? At least a bearish candle, right? So least bearish is closest to bullish, right? So we have weak volume on a weak red candle, right? It's kind of what we expect to see. So now if we can get a breakout up and over that 955 on strong volume, right? Something like this Tesla certainly has that potential to give us that full body momentum and breakout if it wants to have those legs. Obviously needs to show us that move, right? And then has, towards that 970, 980, 990. Definitely think there's some potential here, but I don't want to get too carried away. I don't want to get too ambitious here chasing this. If it has those legs, if it has that momentum, right, we're going to have a pretty obvious look. Volume standard here is not going to be too tough for us to breach. So if we're able to kind of exceed and kind of break out up and over, then it should be relatively simple for us to get an A+ setup. And, you know, we're going to be watching this kind of the same way as Apple, right? I imagine they're going to work together or kind of move together. So we'll see where that relative strength lies. Similar thesis here in Microsoft, right? Second most, or, you know, if we're going to go bearish, least bearish candle, right? So definitely showing us a little bit of kind of waning bearish strength here, or kind of a lack of strength from bears as they're defending this 310, right, 312 area. To me, this is starting to maybe look a bit like a bull flag, right? Maybe not a great one, but still kind of showing us some signs of it, right? So there's your flagpole. There's your looking for a breakout kind of towards this 338. Need a little bit more information before that's in play or before that looks ready to me. But certainly looks like this could be interesting. If we could hold and break this 310, right, creep up towards that 312.75, right, all of a sudden Microsoft starts to create a little bit more room towards like that 314, right, 315, 317 plus. So we can easily build that bull case, right, and that momentum, but need to see that volume step in and push. We're going to have a few other outlier names, right, that might get interesting. Something like this, NVIDIA, right, might get that low vol pullback gap and go. Facebook has earnings, I believe, today, so we got to be a little bit careful. Not sure why it's not popping up there for me. Should be getting their notification. But AMD had their earnings yesterday, right? Really strong gap up. That's why NVIDIA is going to be ripping, right? They're showing that relative strength in anticipation of their earnings being strong in like a week's time. So definitely have a lot of potential here this morning, right? Let's see where that volume steps in. Let's see where we can find that relative strength, and then we can look to take advantage of those moves. Obviously, our objective here is not to give anything away, right? To not overtrade, to make sure we're being patient, disciplined traders. Let's only wait for A+ setups, right? Let's make sure we're taking advantage of things as they come together and not force things that aren't there. So good morning, everyone, right? Introduce yourself, say hello. If you have any setups you're looking at, right, any tickers that you're interested in, pop them in the chat, and we'll go over on pre-market. We'll do a quick little market rundown here in a few minutes. Now we got a few minutes here to market open, so just make sure your execution software is up, right? You're not lagging too far behind on the stream, right? You're ready to crush it and dominate today. The more you can put in the chat, right, the more we can interact, the more I can kind of help you guys out. So if you got any tickers, any setups you're looking at, right, put them in. We'll go over them and we'll talk about how to possibly trade them. But for now, right, we're going to be kind of keep it chill, waiting for things kind of get closer towards market open. And again, like I said, we'll do a quick little rundown here as we creep up towards like in like 5 minutes, something along those lines. So yeah, if you want to share the video with friends, right? Like it on YouTube, whatever. Happy to share this link with as many people as you like, right? The more people can get in here, the better. If we get to max people we've ever seen in the stream, and then I'll give away, I'll do some sort of giveaway or something like that. So the more people we can get in here, the more exciting it can be. But yeah, free for everyone here today. Hey, good morning, Sam. Yeah, welcome to DTR Wednesday. Yeah, I'm a day trader only, so I don't hold anything overnight. That's just the way it suits my personality. Usually average like, I don't know, 2 to 3, 4 trades a day, something like that. And just kind of scalp away, right? Try to take our plays with large cap options. And that's sort of how I make my bread and butter. You'll see how things kind of come together here in the stream if we get a setup or two. But really main objective, right, is wait for perfect A+ setups, make sure our risk reward is correct, size our positions correctly, and then just keep trading a numbers game. Had a pretty successful January, right? I think 2 red days in the entire month. So very, very consistent. And we try to keep stacking up like 1% days, right? 1% account growth days. So really about consistency. We don't swing for home runs here. We try to build sustainable winning habits, and hopefully you'll see that firsthand. So what do you normally trade, Sam? And how'd you find DTR? All right, so guys, let's do a quick little rundown here before market open. We got a couple minutes, right? So SPY, right? Definitely a bullish bias here this AM, right? Kind of can't ignore this bounce, but volume divergence, right? Not exactly building momentum, building strength as we keep making higher highs, right? So that keeps a volume divergence breakdown in play. We're gapping up and holding the 200 EMA, so I'd like to see that hold for any continuation towards that 460. If we can get that breakout up and over, right, then that's where things start to get interesting. Underneath, right, we're going to need a really impressive volume standard. So we kind of have just a lot of evidence of this being kind of a choppy area or kind of an area where there's a lot of resistance. So we don't want to force trades into there unless we get that A+ volume, right? Same story here in QQQ, right? Kind of have that same little box, right? Holding 200 EMA. but decreasing daily volume. So if we can get a gap and fade, right, we can look to play it back towards that 366. Or if we get really, really strong volume, right, we can look for moves back towards that 376, right? And then hopefully we get strong move, right, breakout and hold for a move towards that 380. Apple's probably my favorite setup here pre-market, right? Low vol pullback is not particularly a huge, like we'd expect to see that lower volume here, right? This is what we want to see for this consolidation. So if it can give us that really strong looking green candle, right? Low volume kind of tells us that bears have given up. So if we can get this thing to pop up and over that 176, I think it has a little bit of momentum and a little bit of juice to really start to run for us. But definitely still need to see that increasing volume on any breakout. Tesla needs to kind of start moving here a little bit as well, but very similar concept to this Apple, right? Low vol pullback consolidation, not quite an inside bar, but kind of pushing towards that least bearish of candles. So if it can now kind of push and break out over this 955, right, I think we've got room towards that 970, 980, 990, $1,000 mark. It's a little bit challenging here, right, underneath, because it needs to break down under this 900, I think, right, and a little bit maybe more bullish strength. But if this thing can kind of break and really move, I definitely am interested to the upside. Microsoft, last but not least, right, same kind of story here. Maybe a bit of a bull flag, right, kind of creeping up here. I would maybe want a bit more information, but enough kind of consolidation, right, where this thing can break out. Back-to-back hammers or doji hammer tells us that, hey, bears have not been able to reclaim control. So if bulls can kind of creep up and break over 312.75, right, I think there's room towards that 315, 317 area. So we'll see what kind of potential we have today. I think there's a little bit of chance for some joy. We've got enough expected volatility, right? VIX hanging out 21.72 and Treasury still, right? 10-year hanging out 1.79. So we got a lot of pressure. We have a lot of names here that might want to move for us. So let's not get too aggressive. Let's not get too lethargic, right? Or too like just get too pot committed to trades. So make sure that we're being very disciplined, waiting for A+ setups only, and then we can look to take advantage of those moves. Well, appreciate that, Sam. My Twitter is not very good, so I spend all my time in the live stream, to be very honest with you. But I mostly trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. And then we have a few other names, here and there. Like NVIDIA is pretty common. NVIDIA, AMD, Facebook, right? These are a couple other names that we'll trade. But we try to be pretty patient, try to be pretty disciplined. For me, I trade options, right? Or large cap options. So I need to make sure that whatever I get into, I need good enough volume and good enough spreads to kind of justify trading those names. And a lot of the times you can't get that in some of these names. So I always know I'm going to get that or a shot at it with these core 5 and then a few others. So I'd rather stick to a few names and kind of build that consistency. I feel like that makes it easier to sort of find that, just to figure out how they move, right, as a trader. So glad that you focus on the SPY, right? That's definitely good. Sometimes the SPY can be a little bit challenging to trade, especially when it grinds on low volume. But if you can kind of figure it out, right, that thing can be a bit of a money printer. Do you normally trade options, or are you a futures guy? Hey, good morning. How you doing? Sorry if I pronounced this wrong. Is it Srinivas? Is that how you say your name? So regarding the position sizing, guys, right? So for me, perfect. Yeah, apologies. I'm just a white boy trying to do well with ethnic names. So apologies if I don't get the accent right. I'll do my very best. So for me, guys, right, for me, position sizing is the number one thing. It's the most important little factor that we can control that helps determine if we're going to be a profitable trader or not, right? For me, I like to keep risk consistent. So that means it's kind of like a different equation than keeping your position sizing consistent, right? Because if you go $10,000 or $1,000 or $10 for every trade, you're not risking the amount for each trade, right? Your stop loss is going to determine how much you lose if you get stopped out on that play, right? So it's better to keep your stop loss consistent, right? And make your position sizing dynamic, right? And that's how you can kind of turn it into a numbers game, right? So if you make sure that, hey, whatever trade you take, right, you never lose more than $100 and you size your position accordingly, right, by defining your risk, that's when you're going to be able to turn trading from kind of taking random lottery shots in the dark to being able to build sustained progress, right? Because if you target 2-to-1 risk reward or better, right, your P&L is going to remain very consistent, right? And then you only need like a 50.001% edge to theoretically be a profitable trader. Now, hopefully we can provide a little bit more of an edge than that, but focusing on your position sizing and how you're going to manage your trades, right, is what's going to be the most important thing, right, as you kind of start out this journey. Specifically, right, trading psychology, it's not a reactive. It's like you don't react to fixing problems, right? You got to be proactive in fixing them. So define your risk, right? Don't let your risk be more than 1%. So if you get stopped out of a trade, right, you're not losing more than 1% of your account size. And if you keep your risk reward, right, 2-to-1 or better, you're going to keep trading a numbers game. Now, I'll do my best to sort of highlight how to size those positions, but you need to be able to kind of filter out and change the ratios, right, to suit your account sizing. For me, right, anything that's a full size position, right, 1% stop loss or less, generally means that I'm going for something that's giving me a 10% stop loss on the options, right, or less. And then depending on what market conditions are like, depending on how things behave, right, we'll size things accordingly, and I'll try to call that out, right? So max size for me is 10% stop loss or less, right? And that means half size position is something with a 20% stop loss, right? So things can change and scale very quickly and differently. But if we target that 2-to-1 risk reward or better, right, we're still going to get paid on those larger stop loss positions. We're just going to size ourselves accordingly so that we don't let our position sizing, right, stop us out of a play. So this is market open here, right? Let's see how things shape up. We're not going to chase things too aggressively, right? We're going to wait for things to go A+, and then we can kind of get after it. Not the greatest volume standards here yet, right? I don't think we're going to get engulfing on volume off this opening 5 minutes. So let's not rush it, right? Let's not overtrade here. Let's wait for those A+ signals, and then we can kind of get after it. AMD definitely giving us really, really impressive volume, right? This might have a chance for that gap and fade after its earnings call, but I want to be a little bit careful, right? Playing earnings might be easier to play something like this Nvidia if it wants to give us that similar move. Yeah, so great question, Pio. Yeah, so I'm a day trader, absolutely. So for me, I do all my analysis here on the daily time frame. So I wait for my setup triggers. I wait for all that kind of stuff here on the daily time frame, right? Because I'm fundamentally like a support and resistance trader. So that for me means that I'm looking for daily high and low breakouts or daily high and low rejections, right? So I'm looking for setups on that time frame, and then I use the 5-min, 15-min, 30-min time frame for my candlestick volume confirmation. So what that means is, say on this Nvidia, right, our thesis here is a potentially gap and fade, right, sell off on this breakdown. So that's what we're getting here so far, right? Getting really strong candle, really strong volume, right? This could potentially be a confirmation bar if we get a candlestick that looks like this, right? So full body candle should be accompanied with full body strength, right? So strong candle, strong volume is our confirmation sign on our thesis. So gap and fade rejection. If we can get that to give us that A plus confirmation on the 5, right, we'll go after it. If it doesn't give us that confirmation, right, we'll come back to it again on the 15. Doesn't give it to us, right, we'll come back to it on the 30, etc. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Okay, so we can definitely keep an eye on NVIDIA, right? That option volume is going to be sufficient. Can look at those 250 puts. We're not quite there yet here, right? Still need to be a little bit of time here. No, I don't use Fibonacci, right? But look, that's not... it doesn't really matter, right? So if you want to use Fib, you can totally use it. For me, I just try to teach the setup, confirmation, execution method, right? So... high and low breakout, right? High and low rejection is just the setup, right? Fibonacci touch, Fibonacci retracement, MACD cross, moving average cross, whatever it is, right? That's your setup. If your setup is strong, you should expect to see a strong reaction to that thesis, right? So that's what this strong volume, strong candle is. So we want to see if our idea is correct or not, right? We're basically hedging that our technical analysis is correct or wrong. So we're waiting to see what that strength looks like, right? So if you want to use Fibonacci with it, awesome, right? You can definitely find success with that. I just learned support and resistance suits my eye, suits my style, so that's why I use it. But Fibonacci is the exact same principles, right? Maybe less. I mean, still a bit more art than science, but yeah. So that would always be your setup, right? And then your confirmation would be a breakout and hold of that area on strong candle, strong volume, right? So for this NVIDIA, we had that gap and fade projection, strong volume, right? But if we're going to look at these candlestick profiles, it's not exactly the strongest looking candlestick, right? So we're not going to chase this to the downside if this thing is going to break down because it's not the strongest version of our thesis, right? Microsoft, really strong bullish volume here, but not creeping up towards our breakout area and not engulfing volume. So we don't have that building momentum, right? Can't say that bulls are in control and can break this thing out. Similar story here on Tesla, right? Kind of needs to creep up and over that 955, right? Might be a little bit too far away for us to get an immediate move here. Might have a chance to run it towards there, but we haven't gotten much follow through above. So I don't want to be too greedy, right? Chasing this thing up. Apple might give us that clean look here on the 15-minute time frame, right? Good little opening candle. Same thing here as this Microsoft though, right? Not that engulfing volume, not that building momentum. So we can't chase after this candle here yet. QQQ, right? Same story. Indexes aren't really cooperating. We're getting a little bit of indecision and not many super clean stories. So I'm going to be very patient here yet. We're only, I don't know, 6.5 minutes in. So we don't need to rush anything. We certainly don't need to overtrade. We're not getting any A+ setup. So let's continue to be patient until we do. Yeah, so PayPal had his earnings yesterday too, so likely has a good chance of being interesting. But yeah, so when it's so extended like this, right, it's hard to think that you're going to get much follow through. And especially when it's such a big gap down or such a big move, it's so obvious. Everyone's staring at it, right? That sometimes the way it works in these circumstances, it's like the second most obvious way of filling that gap is the way it happens. So this might be like a gap up and fill down versus a rip back up. And if you're going to look for a really downside continuation here, right, you're probably not getting that much more. Back in my fund days, right, when I worked for a hedge fund, when we had what we called profit outlier alerts, right? So when a security was up or down 20%, we no longer put any new money into that security. So we would stop, we would just take profit essentially at that point. And so I think there's a lot of funds and a lot of banks, right, that have kind of similar perspectives or similar rules. So it's tough for me to mentally get past that and want to then chase that setup. So looking for really any excuse of outlier volume here, right? Any sort of sign of that strength off these opening 5-min candles, right? Not really much there. You maybe have a chance here on some of these 15-min plays like this Microsoft here triggered, right? Sent us a Discord alert. For those of you who aren't members, right? You're going to get in. Blue dots are inside bars. So just visual confirmation of an inside bar. So we got the Discord alerts. Yeah, they're just inside bars. So let's see if we can get that strength here. Stepping on Microsoft, right? Microsoft might be able to give us that break and hold here on strong volume. Apple creeping up towards that 176. Yeah, I don't know. I think the premium is going to be really expensive, right? Your IV bleed is going to be huge. Guessing like 100% plus on these. Yeah, 109, right? So I think to get a move, you're going to have a really, really exaggerated sell-off here again. And so the market makers are protecting against that. So why fight them, right? Remember, guys, right? We don't have to have a trade every single day. We don't have to have a trade every single morning. It's more important as retail traders to just kind of go after that, A+ setup, wait for it to be perfect, and then take advantage of it. We don't necessarily need to be hunting for action, right? If we want to be super entertained and not turn this into careers, awesome, right? There's other ways of doing it, and you got better odds at the casino. It's going to be a lot less frustrating, right? So gotta be patient. We gotta be disciplined. We gotta wait for our A+ setups and then take advantage of those. We've had a few alerts trigger, right? But nothing that's kind of given us those sustained full body, full volume holds, right? We have not gotten those A+ signals. So why overtrade, right? Why force those moves if they aren't there? We might still have some looks, right? With this NVIDIA might give us a sell-off. AMD might still be in play, right? Some of these things are potentially there. But we're getting still a little bit of indecisive action that's not giving us super clear trends yet. Now, it doesn't mean that can't happen, right? We're only 10 minutes into this market open, so let's not get too carried away judging this price action. But let's not get too greedy here, right? Or too trigger happy that we have to find a trade just because the market's been open for 10 minutes. Yeah, so a good question, Sam. I traded US and UK tech mostly, so a few other names, and I didn't trade with options there. But yeah, I was trading, large cap US names mostly. Initially when I started trading trading FX and then transitioned to trading equities. So the fund had a 3-day time horizon on their trades, right? But you got to remember, when you're a trader at a hedge fund or you're a trader at a bank, right? You're not a prop trader, right? You're not trading your own ideas. You're trading the fund's ideas or the portfolio manager's ideas, and your job is to execute his trades as best as possible. So for me, right, when I decided to trade my own money, like day trading suited my personality, suits me better. I just don't like having risk on overnight. I just check my positions constantly. So this for me is like a way of protecting against that. And if you stick around long enough, right, you'll see consistently that DTR's got a pretty good track record that we don't need to swing positions to get nice plays. So these AMDs and NVIDIAs of the world are going to be very, very interesting, right? So we're going to see how this thing can hold up. I'm definitely going to look at this AMD. I think we're going to have room down towards that like 120 area, something along those lines, right? This could definitely be interesting on this 15-min time frame. Let's make sure that this has the right room for us, essentially, right? After earnings fades, a little bit challenging, so we don't want to go too aggressive on this. We can definitely look at those 125 puts, right? They've got pretty good volume. Those 120 puts have pretty good volume. So we can look at both of those within sort of reason. Let's see what can kind of shape up here. But things are definitely going more red than green. So I'm definitely more interested in playing those gap and fade rejections, right? So AMD is giving us that maybe strongest volume profile. NVIDIA maybe as well, but not giving us as strong of a close here yet. So we'll keep an eye on both of those. My bias here is going to be to play those 125 puts. I think those look a little bit nicer. Okay, good close. So it's a good enough close. So we're looking for an entry under this 124.69 with the 125 puts. Let's quickly size our position here. About $1, right? So very, very easy to calculate our positioning, right? We're looking at approximately a 10% stop loss as is. So I'm willing to go, because it's a post-earnings play, right? I'm going to size down a little bit. But I'm going to call it, say, 2/3 position sizing here.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, getting close here, right? Let's watch. So green line's entry target, red line stop loss. Okay, watching closely here, guys. Watching closely. Okay, watching. 20 cents. All right, guys, I am in. Average price 376. 376 on those 125 puts. Let's see if this thing can give us that immediate follow through and push us towards that entry protection mode. Here we go, right? Good start. Here we go. I'm going to try to take some off here as we break down under 124. So that's going to be approximately right around here, guys, at like $4 on these contracts. So I'm taking off here right at $4. I'm going to lock in some profit and protect entry. So I'll try and take off approximately 1/3 of my position here at $4. And let's see if we can keep getting some follow through underneath. Not being greedy, right? Making sure we're locking in profit along the way. So there we go, right? There's my first take profit. Stop loss now is at $3.80. Let's see if this thing can keep giving us some big follow through here. But now zero excuse to let this position go red. Did you catch that play, Sam? So be careful here, guys, right? Like I said, stop loss is at 380. If it doesn't want to give us that follow through, we don't want to get too greedy, right? Just lock in your profit and go along the way, right? Well, that's just whatever the low was of that candle, right? So that was our confirmation candle. Look to get in on the break of our confirmation candle. Nice work, Nitesh, man. Nice work. Yeah, it's exactly the same idea. Exactly the same idea. So really good job filtering to relative strength. There we go, guys. I am out of that AMD. Stopped out, protecting a small profit. Not the end of the world, right? Didn't get that immediate follow through. Not going to be greedy. This is a very choppy market, right? That's why we have to be quick to take profit, quick to protect, and not get too attached to our ideas, right? So quickly reverse. Hey, we got to that 10%, locked in some profit, right? Protect your entry, and then, hey, not the end of the world if you finish net percent 3 win, right? 3% net win. It's just about stacking up wins, right? Big wins, consistency comes from having a good process. If you kind of make that inconsistent, or if you kind of bounce around too much, right, you're never going to find that consistency. Yeah, of that opening 15 min here, right? So that's what that low was on that 15 min candle, at least what it looked like to me. So once we broke that low, that was my entry target. Oh, maybe. Yeah, so my line was just a little bit off. Not the end of the world. Remember, support and resistance, guys, is not necessarily a specific price, right? It works as a zone. Buyers step in to defend specific zones, or they step in to defend specific prices. If you want to get too caught up about, oh my gosh, it broke out at 124.87 and I got in at 124.70, you're kind of missing the point, I think. It's about just getting that volume stepping into the zone and then, underneath that, right? Missing the 10, 15 cents on options doesn't cost us anything. So don't need to get too carried away making sure that those numbers are perfect. So it looks like we got that fake out right across the board. So fair enough, right? We didn't get touched. We didn't let it hurt us, right? And we made a little bit of money on that play. Now let's see if something will set up for us here on the 30-minute time frames, and if we can get a second look at that kind of bearish rejection thesis, right? Bears certainly seem to be in control here this morning, right? Maybe bar Microsoft. So let's see where they step in or where they want to kind of have some fun today. Nothing to overtrade though, right? Nothing to rush, nothing to force. Let's see what can set up. So we have a few minutes to go here on these 30-minute opening candles. Let's see if we can get some of these to give us those full body closes, right? Apple going to give us engulfing on volume. Looks like it might have room back down towards sort of that 172 right on that rejection. So certainly could be in play. Tesla, I'm not sure if we're going to get towards that average line Or no, we are. Sorry, I don't know if we're going to get towards that full body line, right? We'll see. 2.5 minutes. So let's wait these 30-minute candles out, right? Let's see how they close and see where that strength lies. So, excuse me, Microsoft, very, very impressive strength here, right? If it can hold. I do. I stream every single day. And I have for members. I don't know if you guys can see this. Oh, shit. But yeah, I live stream every single day for members just like this. And we go over through all my setups, all my entries, all my stop losses, all my take profits in real time, day in, day out. And then members also get access to the DTR Discord, which has what I call setup alerts, right? Where I tell you when to kind of tune into the stream if you can't watch all day. So meantime here, right, Microsoft's definitely going to be worth keeping an eye on, right? Really good breakout, really good volume as this thing creeps up. Let's see if it can give us a little pullback and then breakout over that 314. I'm going to be looking at probably 315 calls here, 315 calls. Want to see this thing pull back here, though. We don't have a logical stop loss yet. So want to see this candle go red and then green before we chase after this. If it needs to hold here, right, it's okay, not the end of the world. We think long term, right, we've got room towards that 317, so we can afford to be a little bit patient. But need to see where sellers step in, try to defend before I can jump in after this Microsoft. So let's be a little bit patient, right? Markets are still a little bit indecisive, or those 30-minute opens were still pretty red. So we don't need to play hero ball on Microsoft, assuming it's going to give us make a follow through if the indexes aren't, right? Microsoft is the largest weighting in the QQQ. So if QQQ is weak and Microsoft is strong, one of those is going to pull the other or drag the other, right? Let's see which one it is. So if we get that increasing 5-minute volume here on this breakout and hold, right, it should be relatively easy to happen because that decreasing volume standard, or we get that little pullback and go, right, we're going to have a chance. Nothing to chase here short term. Remember, as retail traders, right, we don't need to be first. We just need to be correct. So I'd rather take that extra little piece of insurance that we get that strong confirmation before I jump into any trade. So Microsoft, right, definitely giving us that right pace here, creeping up towards that 315 area. So We maybe aren't going to get an entry on that 314 breakout, but above that 315, right, we've got $2 up. So we can afford, like I said, we can afford to be patient here, right? If our idea is strong, we're going to see that momentum build, right? We should see, well, obviously we want to see it kind of creeping up towards like that 935 candle. If it's even highest volume bar of the day, maybe a little bit ambitious, that would be a super strong sign for us as well, right? We're not quite there yet though. Still need a little bit more information. We'll check back on that in like a minute or two. We are getting a little bit of some movers and shakers, but nothing that looks particularly interesting otherwise. Just want to be a little bit careful here that with this Microsoft, right, if we do chase this or we do go after it, this market isn't tanking. I don't want to fight the general indexes here if this Microsoft is showing us that relative strength. So far, so good, right? There's that 315 touch, so we can get that really good risk-reward ratio towards that 317. We're going to be in play. As long as we can keep this stop loss kind of under $1, we're going to be just fine. So let's continue to be a little bit patient here, a little bit disciplined. We got another minute and a half on this candle, so let's see how it closes. So with this Microsoft, right, I'll be looking at the 315 calls. See if this candle can give us that full body close here. Definitely getting that right volume profile, right? So let's see how this candle closes. Not entering this trade here yet, right, on this breakout. Still going to wait a little bit. Wait for this candle to close. See this thing pull back, right, and then break out and go. In the meantime, right, setting up my my order here. Like I said, looking at the 315 calls. They just have the most obvious and impressive volume. So happy to kind of go after those. Not a bad close. I'll be okay with it. See if this thing can give us a little pullback, go red first, and then breakout. So there's our red, right? Now let's even get that breakout over 315.17. I'm going 2/3 sizing here, guys, on any breakout. So watching closely here, right? Watching closely. Getting close here, right? 20 cents. Risk reward is still fine here, right? But if it gets kind of over that dollar mark, we're not going to have that right risk reward ratio here anymore. Okay, so there's our risk reward failure, guys. I don't think we can chase after this short term. We need a little bit of a tighter candle. If we can go inside bar breakout, right? So go inside bar, close like this, and then pull back towards like that 314.50 area, right? This could be in play. But I think as is, right, we're not getting that justification on this risk reward, so can't chase after this. Okay, so now we can possibly look for rejections, right? If we can go bearish engulfing candle, bearish engulfing on volume, maybe a Bollinger Band reversion setup potentially. So let's see if that volume can really step in. I don't know if I want to be too aggressive here, right? I don't know if I want to be too aggressive, but let's be a little bit patient here. Seems like we're not getting that setup on Microsoft though. So Microsoft could still be in play here on this 15-min time frame. So I want to see this candle close kind of creeping up towards that 315, right? If we can get a close up and towards that area, we certainly have a chance for this setup, right, or continuation move towards that 317 area, right? Someone asked earlier about using multiple time frames. Well, this will be a good example of that. If I get the right candle volume combo in that area, absolutely. But as things stand, right, it looks like we're not going to get confirmation here on this 15-min time frame, right? Certainly looks like it's going to be a failure. So we'd want to then wait for the 30, right? Or start to think about possibly looking at rejection plays here, right? So this thing might go hammer here at the top, and we could be looking to play fades back towards, say, low of day here in a second. Okay, so I'm definitely going to be interested in some Microsoft puts here, right? Definitely going to be interested. This might have a chance to go highest volume bar of the day, but at the very least, right, we certainly seem to be invalidating this bullish strength to an area where we've seen a lot of sellers step in here before. So let's see if there's possibly a look here. I'll be looking at the 310 puts. Let's see how this candle closes, and then we can kind of figure out from there. But just saying it now, right, because I've got my 310 puts open. Right, not quite filled out, but ready to go here if this thing closes well, and it looks like it might. Okay, good close, right? Good close. Let's see if this thing can go a little bit green, right, and then break down. We're targeting bottom line here, or sorry, midline. Sorry, low of day, midline, bottom line here on this Microsoft. So we'll be looking for a breakdown under whatever this 312.75 is area with the 310 puts. At least I am, right? Under 312.75. So getting a really good risk-reward profile here, right? Getting a really good risk-reward profile. It's going to be a little bit patient. Don't need to force this yet. Wait for it to be perfect. Still reasonable, right? Still getting like 4-to-1 risk-reward. So let's be patient here. Still in play. Okay, watching closely, right? Watching closely. Okay, ready, guys? Coming close, right? Coming close. Under 75. Still not in. Yeah, it's good volume on these. I think that's probably why. But still need to be a little bit patient here, right? There's no entry for us yet, so let's wait. Okay, watching here, right? Watching here. Okay, watching closely, right? Watching closely. Looking for a move under 312.70. All right, guys, I am in. Average price 217.4. 217.4. Let's see if this thing can give us some follow through. Okay, starting to break down here, right? Starting to break down. So we're going to continue to be very, very aggressive in how we manage this trade, right? So I'm going to look to take off approximately another 30% of my position here at this like 235 area, guys, right? So very, very good job, everyone. Very, very good job if you're in this. Let's see if we can keep getting some follow through. Make sure you're locking in a little bit of profit, though, along the way, right? Let's not get too greedy, guys. I'm trying to take some off here at 230 on these contracts and then see if we can get follow through past. Okay, creeping up towards that number here now, guys, right? So almost there. So we can take some off and then go to entry protection. My stop loss is going to be at 220 after I get filled here at 230, if it can happen. Don't let a green trade go red here though now, please, right? That's number one priority. Our job here now is to manage this position and not to give anything away. Here we go. Watch this flush here, right? Watch this flush. Trying to take some off at 230, right? I've got my finger on the trigger here. There we go, right, guys? Taking off a little bit. Got a little fill there. Let's see if we can keep getting a few more. Stop loss 218. Let's see if this thing can keep pushing, but no reason to give anything away here now. Hopefully a few of you guys caught this as well and are banking, turning into a very nice little day here. So if we keep getting some follow through, right, I'm going to look to take some more off as we approach like that 240 area on these contracts, and then every kind of dollar that we break down underneath there. Here we go, right? Here we go, everyone. This is starting to really break down on us here. So next take profit is at 240. Gonna look to have approximately half of my original position left if that happens, right? If we get this thing to touch that area. Very, very nice job. Let me know if you guys caught this, yeah? Let's go, Sam. Nice work, man. Nice work. All right, guys, I've been stopped out protecting this Microsoft, right? Stopped out protecting another little win. Not going to give anything away here, right? Just keep stacking them up, right? Just keep stacking them up. So we trade like this day in, day out, guys, right? Live stream every single day, as clear as this. Now, sometimes we get a little bit more follow through than this, right? Very choppy market here today, which is a little bit challenging. But we trade like this day in, day out. So if you want to become a DTR member, hopefully a few members will chime in that, they learn a lot, they improve a lot, and hopefully are seeing really good improvements in their trading. Like I said, I trade like this day in, day out, and you can start your free 7-day trial at dtrtrading.com. That's going to get you access to the DTR Discord and all the DTR training documents and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the streams are always on YouTube in a private link for members. So you can access it on your phone. You can access it anywhere. If you have YouTube Premium, right, you can have it running in the background. If your phone's closed, whatever. It's to be as accessible as possible for people. So we want to be a little bit careful here now, right? If we're looking at these Microsoft contracts, we really want to be careful. These spreads, right, they're getting a little bit unreasonable, right? I've seen them as much as like 15, 20 cents. So for me, right, that kind of says an indecision. That means a lack of volume stepping into these contracts. We're getting a lot of people getting in. We're getting people a lot getting out. It's not good, right? So probably not the most strength we want to see in that option chain here at the moment. Probably makes it challenging for us to continue trading this to the downside. So best way to learn discipline, right, is to work with someone that can show you what that is. All right, yeah, maybe toy car one, Zach. Yeah, that's a good deal, right? Join pay $129 a month, get a Lambo. If I could get that kind of financing, I'd have a couple. Well, Srinivas, if you want to join DTR, I can't promise you a Lambo, but I can certainly promise that I'll work with you day in, day out to keep to keep helping you get better and to improve, and then you can accomplish whatever you want, right? I'm not a big car guy, so teach their own, but I think that says I like the little Lambo fun thing. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, of course, of course. If people were expecting Lambos, I wish I was living in that fantasy land. It's just a theory, not a trade thesis. Yeah, it's not bad here, right? Not bad volume. Would like to see this thing creep up above average. Maybe bigger even than that 930. We're going to get this thing to go. Maybe even wait for a longer time frame, right? Because if we're going to play that red to green breakout, it doesn't have that much space to move, right? It's been a relatively low range day here so far. Not even a 1% range. So we can kind of look at this still as consolidation until we get really big outlier volume. Generally for me, right, rule of thumb is when on the 30-minute time frame we have volume that's kind of well below average or not really at that average line. I tend to not like to trust average volume breakouts on the 5-min time frame. I feel like a lot of the times it's just a bit of a head fake. So when the volume is so light within context, right, maybe it's not so bad here on the 15. Looks like we're probably going to be engulfing on volume, so we can maybe put a bit more stock into this. But when that 30-min volume bar is so thin, right, so far behind that white line, I struggle to put too much stock into 5-min volume spurts. Honestly, if I was to play this as a red to green breakout, right, I'd want to play this as this like possible bull flag. maybe a little bit ambitious to draw it like that here on the 5, but you have a really aggressive flagpole here, right? That would theoretically imply a move, 480. Obviously, that's not going to happen today, but on this 15-minute time frame, right, definitely looks a bit flaggy. Maybe you get something that's like kind of this like 1% range, something along those lines, and then we can kind of get up and over. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question, Nitesh. Volume pace today has been very disappointing so far this morning, right? And yesterday, if we look at yesterday's price action across the board, right, it was kind of a consolidation, right? We had a lot of bars that didn't really give us that much follow through, didn't give us that much breakouts. And then today, right, we're supporting that, we're following that up with even lower volume. So I want to be a little bit careful to not get too overwhelmed with that first volume bar, that next volume bar that steps in. I feel like a little bit, maybe still a little bit deceptive. But if we can get something that pairs 30-min volume, right, with a 30-min strong candle, it's going to just end up being a system play, right? So if there's still some uncertainty, or I still feel a little bit of uncertainty if we get that setup, then maybe I'll just size down, right? But system play demands I play it unless something, screams super uncomfortable, right? You don't have to take a full shot at everything. You can size down. You can take little lotto shots. If you have an idea, just don't change the way you trade it, right? And don't be too quick to want to make that decision. Like, we don't need to do that, right? So, like I said, I'd rather be really patient here, wait for things to be perfect. I think if things are going to be perfect here on this SPY, let's get this thing to give us a little bit of that breakout red to green, and then maybe as we approach that power hour, right, we can kind of get this same sort of price action like we saw yesterday, right? Consolidate, towards that 356, and then get that breakout right towards that 460 zone. So I think there's really some potential here, but I want to be pessimistic until I see absolute strength. So SPY coming back with a vengeance here, right? But we need to see that outlier volume. Certainly have a chance here with 13 minutes to go to really give us that strong full body breakout. Got a lot of top heavy wicks that we would like to see get invalidated, right, before this becomes an easy trade. So short term, right, there's a lot of waiting we need to do, a lot of sitting on hands while we wait for things to set up, right? 2 for 2 day here this morning. We don't need to overtrade. We certainly don't need to force anything, right? We should be pretty happy walking away with a day like this. That being said, right, if something does set up, if something does come together, number one priority is to make sure we don't let a green day turn into a red day. So size your play accordingly, that whatever happens, right, you still finish the day green. We still have a lot of work to do on this SPY before it's particularly tradable, right? It needs to get up and over that 456.45 area. And so we'll keep an eye on this. But, you know, as we kind of approach this 11 o'clock hour and creep up towards lunch, starting to maybe feel like we may be kind of in that wait and see mode, especially with the volume so thin. And then maybe just the market's just going to maybe give us another setup creeping up towards power hour. So got to be patient here. Really don't want to force anything. Maybe not perfect conditions, not really much follow through in either direction. So let's not overtrade and give anything away. All right, I'm still sticking around, not going anywhere, but probably not going to be on the mic unless something interesting happens. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you in the stream. Welcome. So if you guys are FX traders, Ryan, hopefully I said that right. His Twitter profile is really awesome. He's like one of the only people that doesn't come off, hopefully this doesn't sound insulting. There's a lot of FX traders that come off very scammy and very like Lambo tradery and subscription fees paying for their lifestyle, and he's not that. So if there's any FX traders that want to focus on the euro, he's your guy. I'll put your Twitter link in here. Yeah, good question. So for me, right, like I said, all my setups come from the daily time frame. You know, if I'd be playing MACD cross, right, be going for that. But for confirmations, the shortest time frame I'm comfortable with is the 5. I find with the 1 min time frame, 3 min time frame, I just get too much signal noise and I end up just chopping myself out. At least with the 5 min, I tend to just get a little bit more sanity. Generally, the longer the time frame, right, the longer the 15, 30, right, 1 hour, 4 hour daily. If you get confirmations on those time frames, right, they tend to be stronger than something on the 1 or the 5 or whatever. So for me, right, I prefer to wait for that strength. On some of the slightly longer time frames, if I miss 10, 15, 20 cents, I don't really care. I'd rather make sure I have that extra little sanity check.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So guys, right, we're sitting on hands here for now, right? Nothing to trade at the moment. Let's wait for a few setups to trigger, see if we can get a few confirmations, and then we can kind of keep getting after it, right? We're creeping up towards that lunchtime period, so I'd anticipate them to start bleeding contract premiums here as we approach that time frame, especially if this volume remains light. So like I said, let's not overtrade, sitting on hands until alerts trigger, and then we get those confirmations. If there's anything you're looking at, right, put in the chat, we'll go over it. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty quiet, so enjoy the music, and let's see if something can set up for us. So just on the daily time frames here, right? So we have a kind of visual interpretation of how small today's range has been, right? So QQQ, right? Tiny range. Apple, right? This is nothing. Tesla, right? Nothing, still inside bar. So we don't have that much volatility or the type of volatility we're looking for here yet. So nothing to do here besides sit on hands, right? We gotta wait for conditions to be perfect for us before we go after it. Not in those conditions here yet. So why overtrade, right? Why force things that aren't there? Not strong enough volume here so far. See if we can get a little bit more, right? At least needs to get above average, right, on this low of day breakdown. Otherwise, right, hard to have much confidence that bears are really in control here. So Tesla needs to break down under 1,000, or sorry, under 900. Sorry, psych number. Needs to break the psych number. Right, so we talked about earlier how like areas of support and resistance are zones, right? They're not necessarily specific prices. It's a good example here on this Tesla, especially as we kind of approach a psychological level, right? We don't always know where those bulls are going to step in and support. So if we go back here, right, and we kind of look at where they have before, right, they've kind of stepped in 906, they've stepped in 901, they've stepped in, 905, right, 908. So they defend that 900 area in a variety of different spots. So let's see them get taken down, right? See them getting taken out, sorry. See that volume really keep pushing price down. And then if we see that relative strength, right, we're going to know that we have some people trapped here, right, defending 900. But we're going to have enough sort of bearish momentum behind us to really get that push and flush towards, say, that 860. So I'd rather be patient, right? The other thing with this Tesla is that sometimes, or very often, over this lunchtime period, it kind of stops moving. So if you look here, like 11 o'clock to kind of 1:30, right? 11 o'clock to 1:30 doesn't tend to give us necessarily that much action. So we want to be a little bit careful here that we're not getting trapped in some sort of premium bleed, right? Or chasing after this action just because it's looking okay, right? Make sure it's perfect. Make sure it's A+. Perfect for me, right, means that it's got to be above average volume here on any breakout and hold under 900, right? 900 is a big level. We're expecting a reaction. So if we're expecting a reaction, right, there should be a lot of participants. A lot of participants should be a lot of volume, right? That's all what it really comes down to. So let's see if we can get all those things to sync up. I think it's probably a little bit unlikely here, at least before kind of lunchtime. If it does happen, right, I think our best expectation is sort of towards that power hour, right, 2:30, 3 o'clock Eastern, because then we can at least have the expectation or the reasonable expectation that we're going to get that volume to step in, or we have evidence of volume stepping in consistently at that time. So we can be patient here. I don't think there's anything to force, but definitely something to be keeping an eye on here as we creep up towards the afternoon, right? We've already had 2 trades here today, so we don't really need to be in too much of a rush to do anything else, right? If we can catch another setup or 2 in the afternoon, that's going to turn a really good day into a fantastic day if we're patient. So let's not give anything away. Let's not force anything. Let's be really disciplined and wait for things to be A+ only. Just because we have winners behind us doesn't mean we need to now start playing with our profits, right? It's better to realize those gains and lock in and make those numbers real instead of it kind of sitting around and kind of being a number that we could have had, right? So for now, I still think we need to be patient, and I still think we need more volume to step in. So just kind of watching here. All right, well, I don't know. Maybe someone was listening to what I was saying, but that's a really good volume breakdown here under this 900. So let's take a look at some Tesla puts. These are definitely going to be in play if we can break down now probably under this 896.70. I'm going to be looking at the 860 puts here, right? Targeting approximately $10 at a time. So as long as that risk reward is reasonable, right, which it is at the moment, we're going to get a really nice shot here. So going to be watching here closely. Let's see if this thing can break down. Looking at the 860 puts. So I missed my entries. If I can get in on a pullback here, right? Just putting together that Discord alert. So I'll see if I can get in on a pullback. All right, guys, I am in at $9. $9 on these Tesla contracts. So pretty tight stop loss here. Let's see if this thing can follow through, right? Not in full sizing, right? Make sure that whatever happens on this play, finish green or finish green on the day, right? So we're not being too aggressive. We'll see if this thing can give us a little bit of follow through. Giving myself a 10% stop loss, right? Or this red line. We'll see what happens. All right, stopping myself out here. It's quite a nasty trap across the board. Wow. Yeah, it's definitely not a bad idea, right? Filled down. Just a little bit of a retracement. I don't know. It could still definitely be in play, but they're just stop hunting. A little, I don't want to say unlucky, but it's the way it goes sometimes, right? You get perfect setup, good looking candle, still doesn't work out. So that's why risk management is so important, right? Gotta be able to size your positions accordingly and not let your position management be what kind of crushes you, right? So yeah, shitty result, kind of unfortunate. But we're not going to win every single trade, right? That's reality. So we need to make sure that our losing trades, right, don't crush us. So sizing your plays accordingly, right? Not risking too much, right? Making sure that you do things the right way. That's what keeps you in play. Hey, Srinivas, congratulations on joining. Welcome to the DTR family. If you send me a message, if you join the Discord, I'll get you added into the members only room. I want to see more volume here, Zach. I think you have a good eye. But after that little Tesla fake out, right, I want to make sure that if we're going to play any of these, right, we're getting really, really obvious bear volume, right? Because it ripped back so violently, so quickly. I just want to make sure that we're not chasing after a trap. So let's apply a slightly stricter volume standard here. I think it just needs a bit more information. So for me, right, your next area of resistance here is like this 140, 160 area. Probably want to see that break before it gets too interesting. So I would like to see that probably happen, right? Good volume profile. Just don't think you're going to get that right risk reward. Inside this box, right, you only really have, or at least mostly have evidence of kind of dip buyers recently. So bias would be to see if that 140 can break. Under that 140, you start to push down, right, towards that 138.30, right, easy 1% target move. So that would be sort of my bias. I do like the volume, but I think at the moment, your better plays if you get back, kind of back under this 140, and then you have the space. Nice. Are you in? Okay, good man, good man. Like trading into this lunch period, we've had really, really small ranges. just makes me a little bit apprehensive to want to chase after this action, right? Let's see these ranges get expanded, and then we can go after it. That Tesla, just a little bit of a sour taste in my mouth, right? Where, okay, yeah, $1,800 loss, right? Sucks. And maybe a little bit more than it should have been, right? Just because of the pace it ripped back. So I want to avoid that, right? And I think as long as we're most indexes or a lot of leading names are stuck in these very small ranges, we're setting ourselves up to kind of have that reaction to our entries. So I'm not going to overtrade here. I'm going to sit on hands and not give anything away until we kind of get back from this afternoon. So I'm not placing any trades here, guys, until kind of after this 1:30 time frame here now. So for me, this is going to be lunch. I'll be back for around that 1:30 time frame, and we can get back after it. If you guys have any questions or anything that you're looking at, right, be patient. Don't overtrade here over lunch. I would recommend not trading, right? There's been very little range. There's very little, nothing that looks like it's particularly giving us A+. You're not going to miss anything, right? So don't force it. Right, market's going to be there when you get back. Give yourself a little refresher. Give yourself a little break and come back fresh, ready to crush it. So that's going to be me for lunch. Like always, if you guys have any questions, feel free to hit me up on Twitter or Discord. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. But I'm going to be going for a quick run here. So if there's a little delay, apologies for that. And yeah, guys, we'll see you around that 1:30 time frame. Fresh and refreshed, ready to crush it for the afternoon session.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Onboard computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So, back from lunch here, everybody. Hope you all had a nice little break. Doesn't seem like we're getting too much action here, right? Or certainly didn't have anything sort of trigger. We need to see some of these alerts kind of sort themselves out, right? See what wants to give us sort of those breakouts. Nothing particularly setting up as super interesting here short term. So, need to be relatively patient, right? Make sure we're not chasing action. We're not trying to force trades that aren't there. Would expect maybe a little bit of volatility to step in closer towards that power hour time frame. Just don't think we're quite there yet. So I would anticipate that to maybe happen, but we're a little bit a ways away. So I am sticking around. I am back now here looking for setups if they can happen. But I'm certainly not going to overtrade, and I'm certainly not going to rush setups. Objective here, right? Wait for alert to trigger, wait for A+ confirmation, then look to take advantage of those moves. Same deal, right, as this morning. We're not going to overtrade. We're not going to force plays. We're not going to rush. And if there's something that you're looking at, right, pop it in the chat and we'll make sure we get over it right away. Obviously, the more you guys can comment in the chat, the more active I'll be. Not going to be super chatty if there's not too much going on. Would rather try not to talk myself into a trade. So let's see what shapes up. Let's see how things come together. But certainly pretty good consolidation here this afternoon or kind of over that lunch period. So let's see if we can now get that next leg up. But we got a little bit of work before then. So for now, being very patient. Yeah, so good question, Sam. It really came as a variety of ways, right? So we had 3 different strategies. We had a short-term technical strategy, right, which was like 3-day time horizons. We had a market-making strategy, right, which was kind of just provide liquidity, right? And then we had 30-day time horizons. So what I would get, right, is I would essentially get an email, right, and it would say, hey, this is what our price target is. This is what our exit target is. And so I'd be responsible for getting the best average entry price, right, while avoiding stuff like slippage or just making sure I'm getting in without kind of spooking the market, right, without moving prices and kind of just being anonymous a little bit. That was sort of the main objectives. And then the way I was judged was being able to enter or exit trades, right, greater, say, than the target exit price, right? So if we were long Apple and our entry price was 110 and our target was 120, if I got out at 122, for example, right, that would be extra kudos to me. And then say if our target was 100 to enter and I got in at 99.80, right, I'd be getting, extra kudos. So that would be the execution side of things would be up to me within certain parameters. And the way instructions were given, right, was generally, portfolio manager screaming at you to do this, or like an email, right, with some sort of strategy change or directional. And then if you had an idea you wanted to present, or you had some sort of setup you wanted to trade, there were a variety of sort of protocols you had to kind of go through, right, to get those ideas approved, right? So there was very little. I think this is a very common misconception, right? If you're a hedge fund trader, in the grand scheme of things, you are a fairly junior employee in the company. You're not a decision maker, right? You're a pawn for the company. So I think there's a really big misconception with how that's used. Maybe pre-2008, there was a lot more of a prop element, but these days funds are so risk averse that they're just not willing to do that. So all your instructions come from higher up, right? From the fund owner to the portfolio manager to whatever the process is. It might be a slightly different at banks, right? Because banks are usually executing their orders based on client instructions. But if you're on the buy side, there's very little risk taking that a trader actually does, especially early on in their career. If you're asking for how they came to their specific analysis or how they came to their investment thesis, now that starts to become very, very complicated. So all their signals were essentially generated through an algorithm, right? And so the algorithm would take thousands of pieces of information, compile them, and constantly pump out forecasts of what the most optimized portfolio is. And then it'd be my job essentially to maintain that optimized portfolio. So the specifics, right, of what the strategy was trying to do was behind lock and key, right? You could obviously put together some ideas, right? Obviously their momentum and looking to kind of push prices in large cap, right, US names. But it's specifically what their trigger was, right, or what triggered the email was always a little bit of a mystery. Most funds are like that. I think there's yeah, I mean, realistically, right, that's how it is. When you've got such big orders. Yeah, for sure. So I studied law, and within about, 2 months of starting law school in the UK, I was I realized that it was not for me. So obviously finished my degree, right, graduated, all that kind of stuff. But while I was in school, instead of looking for legal internships. I had a basically identity crisis and didn't know what I wanted to do, and got very lucky that my cousin my cousin's husband's right, a cousin-in-law, is a financial planner, and spent like a summer with him, like 2 weeks with him one summer, and got access to Bloomberg Terminal and got like hooked. So then when I got back to London that following school year, I basically just looked up every single trading firm I could in the city and just emailed every single one of them, hey, like I want to learn how to trade. I'll do whatever I can. I don't have school Wednesdays, but I can come in mornings and work all day Wednesday. Can I just come intern for you for free? And eventually someone said yes, like after a few months of just like constantly pestering people. And then from there, right, I worked for them a little bit. They taught me how to trade. I blew up my first account with them, 2,500 pounds. I remember shitting my pants. I was so nervous. And then eventually that role started going really well, and I started seeing a little bit of success. And they put me in touch with the fund that I ended up working for, and ended up moving to there and moving on to like a salary plus commission type role. So first job was like a eat what you kill kind of situation, and then through those connections was able to get something a little bit more formal, I suppose. But I would say the path that I took was fairly unconventional, but I think that's sort of what's so beautiful about trading, right, is it's not really about what you learn in school. It's about what you're willing to apply, right, when you're actually on the job. How willing you are to have that discipline, to manage risk, to be able to think clearly when you got money on the line. And then, right, everything else can be kind of sort of taught if you have that base ambition, right? So it's definitely worth just being able to show that you're smart enough, right? Most people are, and then that you have the desire and the passion to do it, and then most people will want to help you. Yeah, I totally get that, right? Like, I don't know how it feels for you, but I remember the first day I sat down, and this was just like seeing a trading desk, what it was like, and just seeing what these people are doing. I mean, I was just instantly hooked. So, I mean, it's never felt like work for me, right? But it's yeah, of course it's hard, right? But like, I mean, it's hard to make it to the top 1%, right, of any profession. And when people say you want to make it as a trader, right, they don't talk about the guy making $100K a year, right? That's still a good living, right? They talk about the guy making $1 million a year. They talk about the guy making $10 million a year, right? So people's expectations for what's realistic in trading, or what stage or where they should be at in their careers as traders, is so unrealistic. It's really frustrating because it creates impossible expectations where people hold themselves to standards that are just not realistic. And then when they don't reach those standards, they get super frustrated, super like broken down, and then they start making dumb decisions to try to reach those standards, right? And so, I mean, it's just not a sustainable strategy. Look, anyone can become a profitable trader, right? It's not as hard as you think it is. but it's not as easy as it is either, right? It's all about your position sizing, being able to keep things consistent, right? And just becoming almost robotic in the way you behave. Obviously, this is a little bit of a sales pitch, right? I mean, full disclosure. But I certainly think it's easier to work or to learn these things when you're surrounded with like-minded individuals, right? Or other like-minded people. I think that's where the biggest benefit is, right? When I started trading, right, when I was first learning out, I didn't get stuck in a room all by myself, right, in my house to go learn. I sat down on the shoulder of a seasoned trader who's been trading for like 10 years, and I copied all of his plays. I asked him every question I could think of, right? I annoyed the living shit out of him while I was learning and just constantly evolving, constantly improving, right? Constantly seeing what he's doing and adapting it to my personality. And I think that's the easiest and most responsible way to learn, because you see it from someone who's doing it successfully, right? And you got the transparency, you have all those things, and then you have the opportunity to ask and learn in real time and see those questions, right, get answered in real time. There's no value in a Discord. There's no value in taking just a trading course that you spend $500 on, because there's no continued learning, right? No job, no company, no educational program tries to teach you something in one day and then never gives you support after, right? It's a constant evolution. It's a constant learning process. And it's about ignoring, right? Stopping, or like not chasing the immediate results, focusing on that process, and then everything else will take care of itself. But, you know, it's different for everyone. Everyone's got different learning styles. Everyone's got different things. It's just really important to make sure that you bulletproof those fundamentals. You focus on the things that are important, and you make sure if you are learning from other people, you're not learning from someone who can hide behind what they can show or what they don't show. So for me, right, I think I said this already. So with controlling emotions, it's you got to be proactive, not reactive, right? So I think that's the difference. Yeah, good question. So I mean, starting out, it took me about maybe 3 months or so to to find a little bit of consistency, right? And then when I got my job at the fund, I'd already been trading for about a year and a half. And then I did a 3-month, like pretty intensive training program with them, where I didn't trade any live money. So, you know, I'd probably say like all in, right before I was like confident, you know, maybe 6-9 months, right, of like dedicated hard study. And then from when I transitioned from working for a fund to working for myself, I kind of had to relearn some things. And that took me maybe another 3 months, right, to kind of get back on track, figure things out, start really rolling again. Definitely there's been times here where we've been blessed with an easier market. And obviously things are different now. But there's been a huge evolution from the trader I was when I started trading solo to the trader I am now. And I imagine if I look back in a year from now, I'll have the exact same answer. So it's a constant evolution. It's a constant process. Like it's going to be different for everyone as well. But if you're able to define your risk, right? Say you never let yourself lose more than $100 a trade. I mean, we talk about your position sizing, right, and figure out what that number is. You know, you can start, if you define your risk and you know what it is, it's much easier to accept it and then to look at trading as a numbers game, right? So that's all we're trying to do. And if we're able to consistently do that, then we can keep the emotions out of it. Now, there's going to be times where we get stopped out and it runs, and there's going to be times where we have losing trades, and there's going to be times where we have losing days. But as long as we consistently keep ourselves accountable, right, and we all work together and we all keep bulletproofing our processes, right, there's going to be that consistent improvement from everyone. But ultimately, right, I'm only here showing you what I am doing, right, and I'm trying to give you as much color commentary as possible. But it's got to be up to you, right? You still have to pull the trigger. You still have to be the one to say, I'm cutting my loser here, or I'm taking profit here. And so I can help bulletproof those and by showing you what that looks like. But ultimately, right, discipline is a choice you have to make. And maybe it'll be easier with a community. No, I mean with your risk management, right? So if you want to manage your psychology, you want to be preventing situations where you have stressful psychological situations, right? So if you can be proactive, right, in avoiding situations where you know you go under stress, then you can avoid those situations. So that's sort of what I mean. Yeah, let's take a look at Netflix. Definitely a name we trade here sometimes. In general, though, Sam, right, I try to only trade stuff my pre-market plans, right? Trading is one of those games where the more money you lose, right, the more trades you start to see. So it's important to stick to your plan because that's what your edge is, right? That's what you've studied. That's what you've worked on. And so you stick to it. We get more than enough setups. We make more than enough money. It's all about just stacking up consistent days, right? Consistent wins. And then it's easier to scale your position sizing than it is to scale the amount that you go for with each win, right? So it's easier to 10% on 10K is easier to get than 100% on 1K, right? So that for me is really what the objective should be for most traders. So with this Netflix PO, I don't see much here, right? Inside bar consolidation, right? There's a little bit of a range. My bias would be to the upside, right? If we can kind of continue filling this gap. So I'm not particularly interested here. Volume pace today is not too bad, but I don't see what the setup is from my perspective. It's kind of hard to sell, right? Because really strong bullish candles here, right? Most bullish looking candles on increasing volume. So for me, right, too much bullish strength to want to sell into. So consolidation, right, kind of makes sense. Maybe tomorrow if we can get that breakout over this 460, we have a chance to kind of continue filling that gap towards that 480 area. But I think short term probably is maybe needs a little bit time to catch its breath before it's ready. It's not that I'm looking at the long side here, right? It's just that it demands it, right? So we look at those candles. They're telling us that they're right the most bullish candle types, supported by increasing volume, right? So that's just too much strength. There's nothing here that tells me that invalidates that strength there. Yeah, so look, I definitely have confidence in my strategy, right? I've been trading this for a long time. I mean, last year I had like a win rate, I think I said it's like 74%, something along those lines, right? So as long as I keep my risk reward, as long as I don't, for lack of a better term, fuck that up too badly, I'm going to have a pretty profitable system, right? For me, my strategy is really, really simple, right? It's support and resistance. So I'm looking for essentially high and like daily high and low breakouts or daily high and low breakdowns, paired that with a strong candle, strong volume. So any strategy can work, right? Any combination of 9 and 20 EMA can work, 15, 30, right? RSI, VWAP, anything can work, but those are only triggers, right? So those are only setup triggers. What makes DTR different, right, is we teach the setup, confirmation, execution method, right? So if we get a setup, right, and we want to be bullish, then we should see strength in that bullish trigger, right? So what does strength look like? Well, we know if we're candlesticks traders that this is the most bullish, right, or kind of candlestick strength chart, if we want to call it that. So we want to see the most bullish reaction. And so if we get the most bullish reaction, right, that should theoretically mean a lot of volume, right, or a lot of other interested people in that idea, right? So that should mean a lot of volume. If we get those paired together plus our setup trigger, right, we go from having a losing strategy, right, where it's just every MACD cross that go in, to I'm entering on strength after I have proof of concept. And if you can do that, right, maybe there's going to be some that are more efficient than others. There's going to be some strategies that, maybe are 50% of the time, some that work 70% of the time. It doesn't really matter. What you're going to have there is a foundation, and you're going to be able to quickly see what setup triggers work and don't work. And then you can quickly build confidence in the quality of that strategy, right? You can refine it, make it your own, you can do whatever, but you wait for that confirmation, right? We're retail traders. We don't need to be first. We just need to be correct. So wait for that proof of concept, get that extra sign of strength, and then look to take advantage of the move. I use interactive brokers. Here in Canada, it's like my best option. Oh yeah, absolutely, right? So I'm happy to keep my my eye on right, longer time frames, weekly, monthly, whatever, right? But that's the beautiful thing about being a day trader. I don't have to hold anything overnight, right? So I'm able to basically most days, right? I have a plan on how to trade something to the upside and a plan to trade things to the downside. And so I'm just willing to wait for one of those scenarios to trigger, right? So because I don't have any overnight bias, I can flip flop and change my mind a million times a day, and I love that flexibility. So for me, right, that I think is the biggest advantage. So yeah, totally will look at anything I can put stock into, right? That seems to be where there's the link. So generally, right, if we talked about signals, I think we talked about this morning, right? If we get signals, say on the 5-min time frame, right, it's not as strong as if we get a signal on the 15-min time frame or the 30-min, yada yada yada. Same thing, right? If we get a signal on the daily, but then the weekly contradicts it, right? The weekly signal is going to be stronger than the one on the daily. So generally, we just want things to be telling us that same consistent story, right? Which is partially why we care about the volume, right, candlestick combo profile, right? Strong candles should have strong volume, right? Strong volume should be accompanied by strong candles, right? That's what strength looks like. Strength is in numbers in trading, right? So, those are the base principles, and we just keep stacking up, layers on top of that. You don't need to be particularly complex. You just need to be patient, right? Patient, disciplined, have risk management. We target that 2-to-1, profit or better, right? Protect risk at 10%, or, depending, maybe earlier if the conditions are nasty. We're gonna make some money. There's gonna be times where we make more, right? There's gonna be times where we lose, right? That's the way it is. But relatively more often than not, right, we're gonna be able to stack up wins. Then it's just a question of if your risk management is going to allow you to survive red days, right? So you can thrive on every other day. What time frame is your fib setup at? Like, where's your low and high point? Good eye, Zach. Still got a little bit of work to do here, but good sign that they're picking up as we creep up towards power hour. Maybe we can get a setup or two, but we're not going to force it. Right, so what I will say, definitely looks like a bear flag here, right, on this Netflix. That screams bear flag, right? And if you draw your fib from here, I don't know if these are your levels. But what you'd want to see, right, is a breakdown under this 427. Then just apply those same concepts, right? Just look at this to say a support and resistance zone. So If this is the area you're expecting to see a reaction, right, wait for price to break and hold on the first time frame that it can, right? So if you get this thing to give you that increasing outlier volume, right, full body bearish candle, and it can hold that area of support, right, or whatever resistance, however you want to call it, and then give you that follow through underneath, right? You can have that set up, but wait for that trigger, wait for that, right, volume candlestick confirmation, and then go after it, right? Don't need to just chase it on that first level break or anything along those lines, right? Let it break and hold on the 5, the 15, 30-minute time frame. Let that candle close. Make sure that volume is perfect, and then look to enter on a break of that low. So like Fibonacci lines, right? It's the exact same thing as trading support and resistance. It's just got a different name, right? So it's the same technique. It's the exact same thing. You're just applying, you're drawing your support and resistance lines in different ways, right? That's the only difference. Just keep it simple, right? I mean, look, Fibonacci is the same thing, right? It's a really simple thing. Everyone uses it. And the like the process is exactly the same, right? Zach, you got to have the 24-hour rule, man. No baggage. No baggage. Yeah, we took a loss on Netflix yesterday. That's the way it goes. Still finished green, though, right? Still finished green. So, can't complain. But we just need to keep things simple, right? So, simple works. I don't know why people... maybe it's an ego thing. They want to have the most complicated strategy out there. Simple works. You don't need to complicate things, right? Trading is a mental game more than a technical game. So, just don't do something that's too elementary, right? Momentum works. Breakouts work. Support and resistance works, right? Because... you've got multiple options, right? You can play rejections, right, or breakouts. And so that gives you opportunities to play in all market conditions. Just depends on, if the volatility is good for you. So then just focus on the basics, right? Master those, and then everything else will take care of itself. Realistically, right, as day traders, I imagine I'm just going to take a wild guess that none of us are trading $10 million accounts or more. Just guessing. And so like we don't really need to worry about maintaining super long consistent portfolios or need to worry about getting the most out of everything, right? We just need to stack up wins. We need to stack up winning days and build accounts, right? Build some security. It's not about like you're not going to make generational wealth day trading, right? That's not how it works. What you can do, and I mean generational wealth like billions, what you can do as a day trader, right, is get to the point where you can make, I don't know, I mean, it takes like, I figured, Rusty, I knew you were close, but I wasn't sure if you were quite there yet. Only reason I say that number is that's like the number that like most banks require as a minimum to open up a brokerage account with them as like a hedge fund or as a non-retail investor, right? So to transition from being a retail to non-retail investor, right, there starts to become a little bit of differences in how you have to trade just because of how big your, right, I think there's just because of how big your portfolio is, right, to have it all allocated, you're not going to be able to get the same returns because you just can't get the position sizing you want, right, in place. Realistically, right, no one wants to be more than 5% of volume in anything, right? So if you're a big hedge fund and you have $11 billion under management, you know, you're not going 5% of SPY options, right? You're not buying daily SPY options at 5% of market price. It's not a really good allocation of your capital. So you start to trade things a little bit differently, right? That means your gains go smaller, right, as your account grows bigger, right? But you have to manage risk differently because you have execution risk that you just don't have as a retail trader. So while we have that advantage, and I mean, I don't anticipate giving that advantage away here anytime soon, we can be more aggressive and we can be more disciplined and we can be more patient, right? And maybe those three adjectives don't necessarily all normally come in the same sentence, right? Or come together, but it's about knowing what our edge is and being ruthless in taking advantage of that instead of having to be active all the time, right? We're going to outperform the market that way versus having consistent long strategies that need to rotate out to hedge for inflation or to deal with Fed risk. We can just stay in cash, right, in those situations and not have to worry about it and just scalp away. Well, I think mostly people use Fibonacci's, right, as a support and resistance tool. I generally, that's my experience. So they'll, I mean, maybe from here, right, maybe it'd be a better, right? So most people I know would be looking to play for bounces off of this golden pocket, right, on this kind of context. So I'd be looking for a reversal high volume bounce candle, right, in between this 417 to 319, whatever that looks like. So on the daily, that would be probably a low volume pullback, right, touch here, or like a bounce off that gives you volume similar to this, right? I would say that would be something along those lines. But I mean, I think support and resistance is just a simpler view, right? So in theory, right, you'd be looking for a breakdown under this 427. But it's hard for us to be bearish, right? Already testing yesterday's lows, and we're fighting bullish momentum, right? Bullish strength here. So hard to be super optimistic that we're going to get easy follow through, right? Doesn't mean that it's not going to sell off, or doesn't mean it can't tank. It just means that our expectation is that it won't be an easy trade on the way down because we're fighting the trend. So let's focus on something else. Yeah, so I mean, good question. The levels that I'm looking for breakouts on, right, or like that I'm looking for initial setup triggers. I'm always doing that on the daily time frame, and then obviously, right, when you get like intraday levels, right? So daily low, or sorry, intraday low, right? When you're looking for that breakdown level, right? That would theoretically be an area of support. But that's like a secondary one. We'll call that a half level. But these numbers that I have here, or that I write down on these charts, I've all come up with them on the daily time frame or longer. Yeah, exactly, right? So basically, I need proof of concept for every single trade I take, right? That's basically the way I want to look at it. Um, so maybe here's a really good way of describing it, right? You asked earlier what it took me, how long it took me to become a profitable trader. And there was a difference I said about trading for a fund versus trading for yourself. And the difference I found, or it took me a little bit to realize, is when you're a trader for a fund, right, you're a part of the business. When you are a trader for yourself, you are the business, right? So there's a little distinction there. So if you are the business and you are deciding, if you were not trading, right, and you were investing or allocating your capital in any other context, right? If your friend came to you asking you for a business loan, or you're investing in real estate or whatever, right? Whatever you were going after, you would always look for proof of concept and then commit your capital, right? Show me you can do it, and then I'll believe you. So maybe that's how I've like formalized the difference, if that makes sense. So I want to see always that proof of concept of that strength on the breakdown. So if I get that proof of concept, if I see that sign of strength, and I can still get that 2-to-1 risk reward from that entry point, right? Whatever the high or low is of that entry candle, that would be that's exactly the kind of spot I want to be in. And I feel like that's where I have the highest likelihood or highest probability of success. So definitely good momentum here, right? But I still think it has a little bit more work to do. We really want to be super enthusiastic, right? It's more SPY than Q, right? Because we've at least broken through, made higher highs. Want to be a little bit more patient here, right? I still think we can do a little bit better waiting just for a slightly longer time frame, right? 30-min volume still pretty light after that indecision. So let's see if we can get a little bit more confirmation as we creep up towards that power hour. Still think we can be a little bit, nothing to rush here yet, right? So I don't feel like we need to be in a rush. Do you mean this, Sam? So I wouldn't mind that, but a bull flag for a bottom bounce, kind of a tough spot. So I'd be careful classifying it here, right? I think maybe it's more still maybe downward resistance, right? Kind of like that upper trend line. Maybe at this point the length is maybe more channel than flag, because your flagpole essentially and your channel about the same size. So it's a little bit it's not perfect. Like, it's certainly not A+. If it can give us that breakout like well over this 905 on, like, I don't know, this 1115 volume, right? Maybe there's something there, but I don't feel like this is enough of a flagpole, or it's the right ratio. Just doesn't look perfect. Hard to be more specific than that, unfortunately. Normally what I like to see is a bullish breakout pattern, right? Which is what a bull flag is, near high of day, right? So I don't like to see that. I generally don't like to see this kind of consolidation here off of a bottom bounce, because it feels like it limits the upside potential, right? It gives you a really muted reaction. So for me, that's kind of why maybe I want to classify it more as a channel, if I want to be very specific. And then, and I just drag this line out. Hard for me to ignore, right? All these sort of points of contact. So definitely, if we can break this trend line, could go. But I'd see this more as a channel breakout than a bull flag. Bull flag, I'd like to have seen closer towards high of day. If it's set up, and ignore my shitty drawing here, but like this, right? Like here, then it's more interesting. Like another $10 up, right? More interesting. Probably a little bit shorter. You want it like that. right? Something along those lines would be better. But underneath, I start to struggle a little bit as a flag. That being said, though, right, channel breakout, you trade it exactly the same way. You just don't anticipate using the flagpole as your possible upside potential, right? So what you're looking for on a trend line breakout is a break and hold of the highest or lowest point of that trend, right? So if we're looking for a channel breakout, you're looking for a break and hold above this 913.50 area on that strong increasing outlier volume, and then your target would be that high of day. So let's watch the SPY here, right? At least on this 15-minute time frame, starting to get a little bit more increasing volume, right? Starting to creep up here, maybe as a chance. If it can hold, right, give us that full body, might be in play. Don't want to compromise too much here, right? I want to see this candle being almost next to perfect, right? Like to see maybe still a slightly higher volume standard, but it's not bad, right? It's not bad strength, especially on this latest 5-minute candle, right? This is going to be highest, so you can look at this, right? Breakout, low vol pullback, hold, right? So we certainly have some space. Now it's just a question of where that next area of resistance is, right? So let's quickly sort that out and make sure we have the room up, right? So intraday looks like we have space towards that, call it 459, right? Seems to be the space. So if we can get that 2-to-1 risk reward or better, should be in play. Kind of a weak close here so far, right? $1.30, $1.40 up. So we got a lot of space here. Just see if this thing can close strong. So for me, right, probably not a good enough close. So a little bit of weakness. So what I would like to see here, right, if this thing was to break down, so I can draw this out. So this candle to basically, I don't know if I can do this. Fuck. So I'd want this candle, right? Hopefully this is the right color. Right? To kind of be like that. And volume to be like that, right? To hold above that average. So break and hold under that white line, right? Volume as it breaks down, right? To creep up and break down or break above this white line. So that's basically what we'd be looking for visual confirmation. And then as long as that candle showing us 1, 2, or 3, right, we'd be happy to go after it. So Microsoft, right? We need that 315. That's what we're looking for. And then we can get that 317, 318 test. So good Isaac, right? Good building momentum, but needs to get over high of day here so far. Honestly, guys, right? Like, I don't know how much we're going to get here, realistically. We're not getting too much follow through, right? We're not getting a ton of action across the board. So I still want to be fairly cautious, right? I don't want to trade just for the sake of trading, just because we're bored, right? Let's make sure that we're being really, really disciplined, really patient. That we're not just finding trades because we want something to do. Remember, right? Traders get paid for their decisions, not their time.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So, right, look at Netflix. Made a lower low on this bear flag. Probably, sounds good, Sam. Yeah, we'd love to have you for a week, man. Free trial. More you can join, right? The more you can learn. Be awesome. Love to have you. When you sign up, send me a message on Discord or Twitter, and I'll get you into the members chat. And that'll be where the Discord alerts are, and an alternative place of where you can get the live stream link. But sorry, what I was trying to say here on Netflix, right? Not really, we got increasing momentum, but not really any sign of strength. So when we made that lower low underneath, right? No sustained follow through, and we got no sustained follow through because there was just no strength in this confirmation, right? So no confirmation equals no setup, right? No confirmation means not other, like, people aren't interested, right? Not enough other people are interested in this. So we're not going to overtrade. Welcome, Sam. Glad to have you in the DTR fam. So not bad like breakouts here. Would like to see stronger volume, right? Still got, 6 minutes to go. So, excuse me. So if it can give us those full body closes, right, we might have a chance for a move towards that 459. Excuse me, apologies. Right, Apple, I'd like to think maybe could give us a look here, but needs to see bigger volume as we're approaching that right 4 o'clock hour. We are slowly starting to run out of time, so I don't want to overtrade. Right, I don't want to give away anything that we've worked so hard for today. Right, it's been a nice day. Right, we're up almost 1%. Right, not quite there, but really nice little day. So we don't need to force anything. We don't need to overtrade. Right, 2 for 3 with really nice wins, and that's, I mean, we can't complain. Right, Microsoft was good to us, AMD was good to us, and Tesla a little bit nasty, but that's the way it goes sometimes. So important that we kept our position sizing appropriate. Right, it's important that we kept our risk where it needed to be and gave ourselves a chance to survive. So for now, right, just gonna watch how this market closes. Don't feel like we really have much of a chance to kind of get a plus confirmation here into market close, but I'm very open and willing to be surprised. So let's see if this market has sort of any extra information for us, but I'm not sure if it has the legs here yet. Love to hear that, Zach. Absolutely love to hear that. We'll see you here again tomorrow. Sure, right? Maybe it wants to go touch and test it, but I mean, what's the setup there for me, right? Like that's really right. Like, I just don't know where the value is in that setup, right? That's mostly the fear. So maybe if you want to send me a screenshot, it'd be easier to visualize. I can maybe make a little bit of a more thoughtful comment. If you're talking about the gap here, I don't know if this is big enough, like, to really get too excited about. I mean, definitely think there's, potentially something there. I'm just not sure, right, if there's ever going to be a chance to get that right risk reward in it, right? So rejections off of this zone definitely start to get interesting, right? We have, such a volume divergence here, right, as we keep making higher highs. So really any possible excuse to look at it, right, if it needs to touch it and break down, awesome. But I think if we're going to look at it as a independent trade setup or a way to kind of look for a play, I'm not sure if that would be the trigger that I'd be looking for. So I just don't think there's enough room just to be able to realistically get 2-to-1 risk reward, right? Breakout, all that kind of stuff. So generally would like to target a 1% move or more, right? That's kind of what we go for. If we can't get that, then we tend to run out of space reliably to be able to get, the breakout, confirmation, risk reward all syncing up. So generally try to target 1% moves intraday. If you can't get that, then it's maybe not worth spending your time looking at it, because it's going to be tough for it to be tradable. So realistically here, everyone, right, we've got 19 minutes here to market close. I'm not going to chase after any of these breakdowns or breakouts if we get one, right? I don't want to be up against the clock. We have not gotten much follow through here this afternoon or this morning, so why assume anything is going to behave otherwise, right? So not going to throw away anything, not going to give anything else away, right? Very happy with today's trading performance, right? Really don't need to be greedy here, right? So very happy, 2 for 3 day, not quite 1%, but almost there, right? 0.89. So not too shabby. Welcome to all the new DTR members. Thank you guys for joining. Looking forward to working with you all day in, day out. For those of you who are interested and haven't signed up, you can start your free trial at dtrtrading.com. 7 days free. So if you count this, right, you get like a whole week's worth. Definitely a lot of stuff going on, right? A good market opportunity. So, take advantage of it, right? We had a really strong January, very consistent, right? And my objective here is to help you guys become just the best traders you can become, right? I live stream all my plays, getting the Discord, you get on that kind of stuff, and you'll see what the advantages of DTR once you work with us for a few days. But, otherwise, guys, right, always here to help, always here to answer all your questions. So if you have anything you're stuck with, right, anything you're working on, you want some help with, I'm always accessible via Twitter, always accessible via Discord, and I'm always happy to help. So don't ever hesitate, members or non-members, right? Let's just keep stacking up wins, right, and keep helping each other improve. So like I said, guys, not going to force any other trades. Probably going to stick around here for another 10, 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, right? See what this market kind of closes like, but I don't anticipate anything else. In fact, I'm going to close my brokerage software, right? And I'm not going to chase after anything. So very, very strong day. Very happy with those results. Happy to have a few new members and looking forward to what the rest of the week holds. All right, everyone. I think that's going to be it here for today. Thank you all so much for joining and enjoying DTR Wednesday. Hopefully you all learned a lot and hopefully made a few bucks along the way. Congratulations to everyone who finished green, right? Not particularly an easy day, so pat yourself on the back. But remember, right? 24-hour rule. So fresh start tomorrow, right? No baggage. Don't bring on too much arrogance when we jump back into the trading day, right? Fresh reset, and let's get ready to crush it. Like I said, if you want to become a DTR member, right, for those of you who aren't and would like to become one, you can join DTR full-time at www.dtrtrading.com with your 7-day free trial. And I trade and stream like this on YouTube every single trading day from approximately like 9 to 4 p.m. So hope you guys all had a great day, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow or next week. Peace.